All right, welcome in everyone for Subnautica Day 4. Hopefully everyone's having a good Saturday here. I forgot to turn up my webcam lid, so it just took me a second to do that. All right, what we're going to do today is we're going to continue base building, hunting for stuff. We're also going to try to hunt the... I gotta look to see what it was, but basically like the snow monster to build the cold suit, so this way they'd be a little bit easier survivability wise. Let's see what it was called now that I'm in the game here. Uh, the Snow Stalker. So we are gonna see what we can do to hunt the Snow Stalker. We've got a decent build base at the moment. Not perfect, but what we're also going to do, just because I want to see what the heck this thing does, is we're going to build this spy pangling in the remote, provided I have the resources to do so. I should. Maybe not the silicone rubber, but everything else I think I should be able to build. Alright, so let's get to it and see what we got today. I don't remember where anything is because I just moved all my lockers around while redoing stuff, so that's going to be another fun thing. Okay, so those aren't the spy ones. Those aren't the ones I need. Those are just ones I picked up. Battery, we need silver. I need 2 titanium, which is fine. Copper. Alright, get the copper.
Seek fluid intake.
Do I have any? I do not have any water. We'll have to deal with that in a minute. Oh, you know what? I have copper wire. It was for another thing, but that's fine. We can improvise with that. Where? There it is. I just gotta find out where everything is again because I've moved stuff around and I gotta relearn where stuff is at in the base and whatnot. Alright, so that's done. So let's see where it is gonna fall. And then we'll have to go. Alright, well I'll need some
Scientists may have never discovered that penguins incubate their eggs in small
more
cave
titanium,
tunnels, often
but that's
alongside
fine.
thermal lily roots.
So we don't need you at the moment. I need 1 titanium. Do I have 1? Yes. Alright, then I need to go out and I need to get water or bladderfish to turn them into water because I don't have any water. Alright, so let's go get some water or fish to make water. And I really like how the storms actually sound like you can actually hear them in the game. Alright, let's go get some fish. That'll get me by for now.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Right, so we can go ahead and make some water. I actually forgot about that. I don't think I have any snow though, so There we go.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Alright, so we got a little bit of food, we got some water, we got some health. And 5 flares. I don't think we need 5 flares. I've yet to see the flares burn out. So we're gonna be semi-smart and we're just gonna keep 2 with us in case one burns out. Let's see, where or what do I want to try next to start working on next? I can't do that because I don't have the materials I need. All right. I build one of you? Yes, I did. Okay, I couldn't remember. He charges and repairs the snow hover bike, which I don't think I've got the snow hover bike yet, so there's no point in me working on that. I don't think I've seen anything for the snow hover bike. We might actually make our way back to the island I was on last night and go explore it more, see what we can find. Now that I've got, well, what's my inventory look like? I've got my decent. No, is there an inventory or a storage upgrade I can build for that? Curious. That's the aquarium. It's a fabricator. There's a storage module. Except I don't think I have any lead. Let's see if I have any lead. If I don't, we'll go get some lead, because if I can figure out how to... I have 1 piece of lead there. I need 3. I'm gonna take you with me. Actually, I'm gonna probably take a spare battery with me too. So it looks like no lead so far. Alright, well, 1 piece of lead. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we are going to make my way. I actually gotta go out there and look. Let's do this real quick because I gotta get my bearings. That'll sustain me for a little while. Let's see what we got in here, because I honestly don't remember. Okay. Alright, where's my sea truck? Where is my sea truck? Good question. I don't remember. There it is. Let's make sure it's repaired. Alright, that looks good. So because we're venturing out, we're going to switch stuff up a little bit. We are going to equip that stuff there. I don't have anything I can put upgrade-wise in yet. So I'm trying to remember. Was it that one? It might have been. I have to take a look and see now. You know what? Let's just go find out. I think it's the right one, but I don't remember. The only way we're gonna go is go find out. I should have recharged the battery, the power cells for this. I forgot to. Should be fine for what we're doing. I hope. Only one way to find out. Oh, hi, Wicked Beard. Apologize, I didn't see your message for a second. Sorry about that. How's your Sunday going? And yeah, I did see the name change. Cool name change too, from that to Wicked Beards from Wicked Kings. Both were good though. But how are you doing on this Sunday? Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't know what that is. I don't remember. I don't even know if I've gotten close enough to scan it. But right now we're not gonna screw around and try. It's too close for comfort. Where is it? Nope, I'm greedy, but I'm not that greedy. I want the resource, I need the resource, but not with that thing that close. Am I willing to try it? But you know what we're gonna do, because I brought them with me. I'm gonna see if I can do this quickly. Just gonna name this one mining for now, because I don't know what's all out here. Just name it mine. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Gotta be real careful out here though, because there's a lot of stuff that wants to kill you out here. That? I don't know what that is. That's what in the either that's a stuck monster or someone killed it. Either way, not sticking around to find out. It's a little too adventurous for me right now. There's... We're gonna take a risk here and we're gonna chance it. Not sure if it's a good or bad idea, but we're gonna do it. That's bad. I gotta get as far away from that as fast as I can. Good, we at least got away from it. That thing is a pain in the ass, and it does take health when it explodes on you. And I really don't feel like dying because of that. Didn't see that. What is it? Titanium, of course. Now, though, I am starting to need more of it, so... Crap. And I just ejected myself by accident. Alright, let's see... I mean, I know I can't go too far down there because I will drown a lot. So we're going to just go ahead and try to stay in the area. But we're not going to go... Oh, practice more. I gotta start looking at the ground better here. I don't see. Alright, so it's probably just because of how angled it is, it's probably just the stuff on the ground. Yeah. We gotta see. And hitting the quartz mine wasn't the smoothest move in the world. But there's some stuff down here. It's gonna be risky to explore down here. Map off. There we go. Map kind of got in the way. I couldn't see anything I was looking for. And I want to stay kind of in close. Shit. I knew something was there. We have to...
Seek fluid intake.
Just need you to stay away long enough. Just need you to stay away long enough I can repair you. And give me a minute. Nope, I want... I don't know if I have that piece. Okay, I didn't. So good. We're one piece closer. That's not what I'm looking for. I need lead. I need at least 2 more pieces of lead right now. Definitely getting a little more greedy than I think we should, but we're just gonna keep moving. Guys, I can't progress without trying to get greedy. I just need...
Calorie intake recommended.
Shit. I don't know what that is, but we're not sticking around to find out. Right on me. Really? Oh, my inventory's full too. Let's see. Drop the titanium for now. I mean, titanium is still is the easiest resource to find. So where's the entrance? Only thing that would be nice is if I had a light on this thing. Oh, well, I guess I did. I just turned it off because... Oh, I didn't realize I turned it off. So... I can take my chances here. I can't go too far. That's... I don't know where all this stuff is coming from, but I'm gonna pick up what I can. What did I get? Did I get... I got lithium. I thought it was, may have been lead. I should have brought one of those quantum chest things with me, but I forgot to. I scanned this already. Yeah, it looks like it. Hey, there's more key. Ah, crap, my inventory's full. What we can do... that, because the ion cubes are pretty rare from what I've gathered so far in this game. We definitely want to get out of here because that's not good. We actually got to surface
30 seconds of oxygen.
ish because we're gonna drown if we stay down here. I want... Where's it at? Where's it at? I know I have it.
Oxygen.
We're working on it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, but we're trying. Oh, that was close. Way too close for comfort. I mean, we got a decent haul of resources. We're actually gonna do this here because there would probably be a good reason to come back here. This is the reason why I brought beacons with me in the first place. For now, we'll just name it... I'll just name it Cave for now. I know it's not the best name in the world, but at least it gives me a point of reference, because in a sense it is kind of a cave. But right now, due to inventory being full, we need to head back. We also need to recharge these power cells before I continue moving. But on the way back, shit, I might be fucked here. I have nothing that I can fight this thing off with. Okay, time to just... That was a lot of damage. We're just getting the hell out of here. Because I have nothing I can do to defend myself. Let's just keep moving. Want to be able to get into this stuff because these resources would definitely help production better. Gonna end up having to, right now, just not worry about it and just go because nothing here is friendly.
Calorie intake recommended.
Don't know if I have. I need to take a chance and scan this because I may not have this. Good. Now I saw some crystalline sulfur here. We're going to take our chances again and grab that. Is that lead? It's lithium. It's fine. I can still pick it up. Lithium is rare enough. But now we need to get moving again. I should have repaired. Fuck, 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 fuck. No. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't need to lose this. I need to just run until I can get the hell out of here and repair it. I don't have the resources to rebuild this thing, and I can't stop. I just need to get the hell out of here. I do not want to lose this. And it's so dang close. We're gonna wait till we get out from... Well, we're not really under ice, so... I have the repair tool equipped. Not sure if this is a good or bad idea, but I need to do it. Come on, finish. I don't want to sit here for too much longer. Alright. There we go. So we're good on that. It just means that we have to be much more careful and much more attentive in this area. And I don't think bringing... I don't know how it's going to work yet, but I don't think bringing storage modules and whatnot is going to be a good idea in this area.
Intake recommended.
The thing is, I don't really have anything left. I'm out of food, too. I think that's salt. If it is, I need to pick it up. It is. Good. Is there any more salt? Yes, there is. Okay. That's fine. Let's see. What can I... drop you, because salt will help get me more food where I can stay out longer. I'm not dropping the rubies, not dropping the ion cube. Drop the quartz.
Seek fluid intake.
Good. All right.
Vital signs stabilizing.
At least we got some salt to make. Then the rest of this, well, not the rest of this, when we get back, so I can make some cured food instead of having just no food. Salt. We're going to pick up as much salt as I can. I want to be able to make a storage unit for this thing, but I gotta figure all that out. We gotta find... So I can pick up one more thing. So we're gonna pick up this last piece of salt. And then we're gonna head back, unless I find some lead. Then I will drop something, because I need the lead. Won't drop the salt, because I need the salt too, but I will have to wait. I think I'm out of food.
I have detected an energy signature of some strength. I am not sure what it is for.
Go ahead and share it. Can't hurt.
We will,
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
we will go explore that in a minute. Right now, we need to get back to the base area. Unload my inventory. And cook some food, get some water. And then we'll go explore that, and hopefully we'll find some lead. Yeah, lead. I've got one piece again, but I need 2 more. Hopefully we'll be able to find some. Inventory's full. That'll just give me more titanium, because I'm pretty sure that was a beacon or a sea glide, and I don't need either one of those. So I've already got both. So that power cell's still full. That one is not. All right, we're gonna take you and we're gonna recharge you.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
While we're getting things in order here. Oh crap, where'd it go? Did I forgot my inventory was full. I hope it... That was a genius move. Oh, there it is. Okay. We'll keep the salt with me. Dash that, and now we'll charge the power cell. I don't know how it worked, but I'm glad I didn't lose it. Alright, so we'll go get... I'll go get some more fish. Make some more water. And some more food. Hopefully we've got the right... enough of the right fish lying around. What's the fish we want are the bladder fish, because they make water and are the most nutritious, I think, cooked. But we really can't be too greedy. We just need food and water. I do want to, hopefully we get to find the snow like Yeti or whatever it is today, so I can get the cold suit. All right, let's go ahead and make some water. Let's cure some food while we're at it. I don't want to necessarily cure the bladderfish just yet. Because those make more water.
Emergency. Starvation imminent. Seek calorie intake immediately.
Got it. May as well cook it, because otherwise it's just gonna go rot anyway. And then we'll just eat them now. So we'll eat the... Alright. Well, let's wait. We need to wait on... It's good enough. For now. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go explore this new signal that he should have given me. Alan should have given me here. Where is... All right. Let's see here. I want to say was N6M is the new one, I believe. So I think we've already been to Q59. So let's try and find N6M. There it is. Hopefully it's not too deep. Everything's been pretty far down recently, all the newer beacons I've been getting and whatnot. For now, we're just gonna keep moving. I seriously hope though we get a stasis rifle or something in this game, because these need to be able to do something to kind of defend myself from these monsters and whatnot. Speaking of monsters, that actually might have good shit. Got one piece of lead. Now I only need 2 more, technically. I would love to find more, but we're gonna chance it and get well, selectively greedy, I guess. All right, time to go. That's a little too close for comfort. Where am I going now? That way. Okay, so I can't pass up all these rocks. I don't really... Alright, good. Now we got all the lead we need for at least the one thing. I got the one piece. Back at the base. I mean, it's more titanium. Same here, more titanium, and I'll take it. Inventory's full already. Let's fix that. We're gonna do this here because this is the first place I found a decent-ish stockpile of lead. I almost think what we should do, well, almost think what we should do, we're gonna do it. We're gonna go and drop this stuff back off, because every time I go to these underground places, there tends to be, or these locations, there tends to be a lot of stuff that fills up my inventory. So we're gonna go ahead and clear out my inventory, grab another I've already been there. That's fine. The boxes are open. That's how I know I've already been there. But we are going to grab another beacon or two while we head back. So we'll clear out the majority of this stuff. Oh, we weren't even that far. Might see. We'll see about building that while we're here too. I think we can build that now. So it requires 2 lithium. Okay, that I can get. I've got plenty of lithium. Might even have, well, I don't have any on me, but that's fine. We can get lithium. Alright. We need a wiring kit. So we'll make a wiring kit. Go. Well, let's go build this, and then we'll come back in here and we'll drop other stuff off. Because this has to be built wherever. There it is. It has to be built there. My sea truck isn't there this time. Last time I did this, I dropped the sea truck right on top of the module and it destroyed it. So we're not making that mistake again. So we can go ahead and we can unpin you. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Alright, there we go. It's fine. So, let's go dump inventory real quick. Grab another beacon or two.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And then see how we can attach to the module. Keep the battery with me. Let's see. Keep you with me. We don't need 2 thermoses. Actually, I don't even know why I've got the one yet. I've yet to use it, but it can't hurt to have it. Alright, that being said, what else do we... Should be good. Let's just do a quick save again. And we're gonna find the sea truck. It's here. I don't know how these attach though. I haven't yet to figure out how this works. The hell? I didn't. Seriously? Alright. We're gonna, yeah, we're gonna reload that because that was crap. I'm not farming for all that stuff again. Hopefully I don't have to. Alright, let's see how this works now. Let's look at this before. Because I can... Okay, so it's Empty storage locker. Few empty storage lockers. Decent amount, but how do you attach it? That's the thing. How do you make it work without blowing up the... That's the door I came in. This thing is very fragile, apparently. I can just... blow it up like that. Wasn't quite... I don't know how you attach to it. I mean, it's... should just... You'd figure, you know, basically it would just be like an actual truck, kind of, where you can just attach. Oh, there we go. I'm kind of afraid to store stuff in here, though, with how fragile it is. Maybe it'll have a better chance, you know, being attached. I don't know. One way to find out. Alright, so we were going to N6M. Where is N6M? It's behind me, if I recall correctly. It's that way. This thing still moves pretty freaking quick. But I need to probably... I wish I could kind of see behind me how the back piece was moving, but it looks like it's just attached. It looks like you can attach multiple modules from the look of it. Not because I want to be smart about this in case I lose it. This way, at least I have a spot where I have it attached and I haven't lost it. Because the building of this is a pain in the ass, and I'm not willing to go through it again if I don't have to until I can actually have a decent amount more resources. And 6 is that. And I gotta be careful here because I don't know what's all here, but I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that will want me dead. And now that we finally got this attached, even though I destroyed it the first time, well, second time, because I destroyed one before too. I don't know if I really want to do this. How do I? That's a little bit more of a pain. That's fine though. No, I didn't really need to do it for that. That's N6. I lost sight of it. It's that way. Alright, how am I... Oh shit, I didn't grab any beacons. Do I want to try to go... No. I'm not going to try to go that way. Lava areas, there's probably going to be some good resources there, and of course I forgot again to grab the beacon. We're gonna get real quickly greedy and then get out of here. I have no idea what's down here fully. We still can only go so deep with this. What is that? It's like a light stick. Yeah, they're light sticks. There's a lot of stuff down here. Pick up metal salvage again, that's useful. So we can make titanium again by just picking up metal. That's... Okay, so good, I can enter from... That's good to know. So in a pinch, I can get out the other way. Alright, where is it? I just lost it again. There it is. Alright. It's too easy to get lost underwater here. I'm gonna turn off the lights. Maybe it'll make me less attractive to whatever is here. Okay, time to just move. Don't think about stopping. Nothing here matters right now, because that thing will fuck my shit up. Now we got an ad about to start here in a minute, everybody. It'll be a 3-minute ad. Give me some time to go ahead and refill my water, stretch and whatnot. I gotta be careful because I'm approaching the maximum depth.
Maximum depth reached.
Um,
Damage imminent.
Good for now. Nope, I'm not good for now. I wasn't paying attention properly, and I'm gonna have to repair this before I go anywhere. we're gonna go ahead and exit the drive part here. We're gonna go ahead and do a quick save. Oh, it's probably a dumb idea now to think about it, but we did. All right, I'll see everyone back in 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. All right, and we are back. Thanks for sticking around. Let's keep moving. We have to. Okay, we're going down. Nope, we're gonna.
The vent garden harvests geothermal energy to nurture the life that grows within.
So we're in like a lava area. This is gonna be fun.
Rising temperatures detected in mineral-rich fissure below.
This might not be great because I don't know how well this suit will help me. Where am I? They're still working on. There we go. Hopefully there are oxygen plants down here, because otherwise we're in trouble.
This artifact could provide useful information. Processing. I can visualize a location where
Thermal plant fragment, okay.
my body. The image is hazy, but I am sure it is correct. A stark surface landscape, dangerously cold. Curved spires stretch to the sky.
Inventory's full. It's fine. No, I want the gold back.
Warning. 30
I
seconds of
know.
oxygen remaining.
And I don't see any oxygen plants here, which has me worried because I don't see any way for me to get air,
Oxygen.
which means we're gonna drown down here and then drop stuff and shit, we're gonna be in trouble. I'm not gonna make it back to the sea truck. Not close enough. There's no way. Right, well, that's drowning number 1 today. Man, I don't know what I lost. We'll have to see. Right, well,
How do humans cope with the loss of memories?
Like forgetting someone's birthday?
should
I
have
don't
brought
know,
a
it just
beacon.
When you die, some quantity of knowledge is lost forever to the next generation.
Yeah.
Isn't that...
I'm warning you. If you call humanity inefficient one more time, I will swim us both into the mouth of a leviathan.
is that sarcasm?
Don't think
I'm
so.
still having trouble differentiating.
How inefficient?
Efficiency aside, does the loss of knowledge not create complications?
Well, on a personal level, losing someone can be traumatic. But it's harder to process the idea of generational knowledge. Humans aren't networked, so we can't even be aware of what we're losing moment by moment. We try to learn from history. Maybe it's not ideal, but it's what we have.
What happens when you no longer have the memories of others to combine with your own?
You make your own memories and interpretations. You have to experience life as an autonomous being. Discover yourself.
That idea is foreign to me.
Well, yeah, it would be. Let's see, okay, I'm not worried about that. We are going to probably try to make my way back down there again, though maybe not as far. Just because I want to see what all is down there. I really wish I had a crafting station here, because I didn't bring a beacon with me. So I want to see if I can scan whatever this is. It's a garden. That is awesome. Can I get in the garden? No. But that's fine with what I see there. I don't know if I want to get in there. Where is my sea truck? I need to get oxygen replenished. And try to get moving, because I don't know what this thing can do to the sea truck. But the thing is, in order for me to be able to advance and go further, I'm gonna have to take my chances here, and we're gonna have to take our chances here and go further down in order to advance, because I've got a hunch the resources I need are down here. Maybe not all the way down. I don't see. Oxygen plants. What's the problem? I ran out of air and I couldn't get up to the surface. So we're gonna... Not gonna worry about that right now. I need to be mindful. I need to pick up, like, do a quick run pick up what I can of what I dropped from when I died. The ion cubes. We're gonna have to... We have to go. We'll try to pick up... Well, we'll pick you up on the way out. But now we have to go.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Yeah, that's why we're heading out. I need to be ready. Where is it?
Oxygen.
Yes, we're gonna try. Shit, we just hit the garden thing. I don't know. Nope, we're not gonna make it again. Alright, we need to, before we can venture further down there, we need to try to see what we can, we need to venture at more appropriate levels for now. We didn't lose everything, but we lost a good amount of what I was wanting to keep. I need to flip this thing because where is the... So that being said, we need to... I need to see if I can make... I want to be able to get better oxygen production. I haven't been able to find anything so far, though. I think I've already got the high capacity tank. I want more. And I already have the rebreather, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, so I need to know if we can get a better oxygen tank. Hopefully we can. I don't know though. So let's see. Well, well, how much inventory do I have? Okay, that's fine. We have... Where is... the robotics? Alright, so we want to head back to the robotics lab. I just have to find it. Guys, there's probably some stuff I missed there. And now they got the sea truck, I can... There we go. Now that I've got the sea truck, I can explore a little bit more properly, potentially. We'll just have to kind of sort of wait and see. Well, I had the sea truck, but now they've got the sea truck storage unit, to be more precise. But the thing is, I gotta find a different way in because the way I took in isn't gonna work. Too narrow for this, I'm pretty sure. But maybe this will get me in the back way and it'll work. And one way to find out. Let's just go. let's just see if we make it. And I'm glad I got the flare or flares with me too, because this area I won't survive in for long without them. And even that, when it comes to nighttime and whatnot, there's no surviving in the exposed at night. We can try to keep pushing for a little bit. We don't want to go too far because we know eventually we might get stuck.
Hollow chamber in iceberg interior detected.
Although, really? So you're saying there's a hollow chamber in an iceberg somewhere near me. Wonder if it's this one that's right in front of me. Yes, it is. Alright. At least it looks like it. We're gonna go find out. Oh, that's right. I've got the truck piece attached now, so it works a little differently. I have the laser cutter. No, I don't have. I don't think. Let me take a. No, I don't have the laser cutter, and I didn't. Oh no, I do have it. All right. I didn't think I had it. So it looks like there's air up here. Actually, the air's not even. Doesn't look like the air is a problem here. Good, I guess. Let's see what's here. No, I want light. Good. Temperature isn't a problem in here, at least yet. Diamonds. I can get there. And gold. Okay. Was the whole purpose just the ion cube in here? It looks like it. That's fine. Let's go. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I saw another one when I came in here that I could cut into. Okay, I guess not. Let's just keep looking around for a second. Let's see. You know what? Let's just do one more look around because I'm willing to bet you I probably missed something. That's the way. I want to go do one more look around up here. If I can get back up there. Anyway. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. It's like, you know, like the magnesite, that was good reason to come back in here because I didn't see that. All right, let's keep looking. That's the ion cube, so that's fine. Alright, I think it's safe to say we may... What's that? Just a reflection. Alright. Looks like we did get everything this time that I can see, so let's go ahead and... make my way back to my sea truck, which is where? Right there. This way we can drop some of this storage stuff off and then keep moving toward the rest of it. We don't need... Alright, there we go. So, make my way back towards... There, where was it? The robotics lab, so we can surface here in a minute. Should be a platform that I can use. Not do that. That'll work. I can use that. As long as it's not nighttime, we'll be good. What we're going to do too, though, is we're going to turn the repair tool on. And then we're going to I probably have to repair it from outside. That's fine. Go. We're gonna go here. As long as it's not nighttime. Alright, we have to keep the flare, otherwise we freeze to death. And I really don't want to freeze to death. And we'll also have to find shelter before nightfall, because then if we don't, we will freeze. Think. Okay, so that's getting me toward the robotics lab. For now, we're going to make my way to the robotics lab because I can, or at least this cave, something where I can warm up for a minute.
Calorie intake recommended.
I'll take care of that in a moment.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Alright, let's keep moving. I don't know what that is. That's new. I have yet to... I don't know what that is. I can't scan it. I can't pick it up. And pick up snow, though. Is that the way? Is that the way I came in? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Yeah, I think that was the way I came in. So let's go up and see what's this way. Be mindful, we gotta go in the cave here because it's becoming... Not yet. I haven't been up this way. I don't know what's up here. We're gonna find out. And it's becoming nighttime, so we're gonna have to hurry up and see if I can find another piece of shelter. Or we might die up here. Is there gonna be a cave? Shit. Well, I mean, good and bad. I fell, I didn't freeze, but I also don't know where the heck I'm at now. This can be used for something. Probably some type of... some type of planting. It can be used for the bio reclamator at the base for energy if need be. Flare. I'm not really worried about flares. A nutrient block, that I will take. But if push comes to shove, that's... well, it's nighttime, so let's kind of not continue to kill myself. Let's kind of walk around here and see what we can find down here. I know I may have to drop some of the plants, but that's fine. So I can't do anything until it becomes daytime because it's too cold. Gotta make sure we keep an eye. Oh, this was worth it because that got me another fragment. I don't know what that might be the last piece I need if that's the case.
Weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Oh shit. I need to... I wasn't paying attention. I need to try to get back into see if I can make it there, 'cause that's probably the only place I'm going to be able to make it. I might be in trouble.
Hypothermia imminent.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. I need to either find water, jump into, ironically, or a cave. Alright, well. I'll take it. I'll take that. Let's see here. Let's see, because now we can't do anything since it's nighttime. I can build that. And then that might make traveling here a lot easier. But I have all the parts. Well, except for the lubricant, but I can get lubricant. We just need to wait for daytime now.
Seek fluid intake. Vital signs stabilizing.
Let's see. Alright, so I can wait right here for it to become daytime because there's nothing else I can do until I can make it back to my sea truck because my resources are full. Or we can kind of just go, you know what, let's just go exploring a little bit more. Just making sure that we, don't leave the cave until we know it's daytime. At least for now. Once I can find the stuff I need for the cold suit, then we can try additional stuff. But that requires me finding... What did I have to find again? I can't remember. Snow stalker fur, and I have not seen a snow stalker yet. Not even sure where specifically it's at, or what it looks like, or if it even exists, kind of like the Yeti or Bigfoot. We do have to be mindful. Yeah, so we can't go forward. We have to stay in here. There's nothing I can do just yet. Let's see then. 'Cause I can make this. And because I have everything to make this. I think I have 2 magnesite back at base. I have everything else except for the lubricant, which is very easy to get. That's an aquarium. That's a sleeper module. Fabric. Okay, so it might be worth... I don't know if I have enough lead for that. It might be worth making the fabricator module. It's just I'm going to probably have to farm for lead for that. I don't have lead, but that's fine. We can make that work. Right, it's daytime, so we still need to...
Weather approaching. Seek shelter.
I can make it into the water, it won't really matter. Which I know it makes zero sense that I can survive in the water with it being cold. At least it doesn't make any sense to me. But what I want to do is I want to try and make it back to my sea truck, and eventually the battery on this will die, which is why I brought a spare battery with me. At least for now, we don't have to worry about dying in here. We have to... What are you? I'll take my chances. Snow Fox, I think I already got that, yep. It's fine, let's... Gotta try to find the... snow truck. Right, well, at least we're good for now on the not freezing to death part with the weather. But I still want to get to the snow truck so I can start, so I can make my way back to the base and start building the other stuff that I've just got and see what I can do. Not sure what the weather is going to be like yet, but we don't have to worry about surfacing for a moment. A brief moment at this point. So the weather's crap. Oh, crap-ish. It's not like what we're about to get weather-wise today for me. But I got a hunch it's probably colder. Never mind, I lied. Holy fuck. Welcome in, Zach, man. That was a good one. How was your Sunday going? Hello. I gotta hurry up. Gotta find shelter. I'm super looking forward to, shelter. Let's just not die doing this. Super looking forward to hunting the, what is it? I keep forgetting what that thing's name is. If it exists. The Snow Stalker today, if I can find it. Killer headache at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the headache. Doing all right. No headache today. Just kind of tired. Didn't get enough really sleep. Slept in a little bit longer than I should have probably, which, you know, doesn't help. Instead of getting up around like my usual 7:30 in the morning, they normally do, I got up around like 10 o'clock, which is weird. Rare for me. I never sleep in. I just gotta find. I think I just went around in a big ass circle. There's gotta be. How's the game where you're at? Interesting. I'm trying to figure out. Right now, I'm trying to get back to my sea truck, but getting lost because the temperature's a factor here. I will be. I can't. I don't think I can do it now because I will probably still freeze. But I'm now able to work on building the basically the snow bike, which will make things easier when I can get that built. I just think I went around in a giant ass circle. Let's warm up. Okay, it's like warm up. Let's not. Interesting though. I'm just trying not to get. I have to find my way back to the sea truck though before nighttime, because once it becomes nighttime, I'm dead. Subnautica wiki service that will come in handy. Yes, I mean, because there's a lot of stuff I don't know about this game, and I'm still trying to figure out. Well, any Subnautica really. There's the robotics lab, so that tells me I'm on the way back to my sea truck. Eventually, I will have to find this snow stalker thing. Let's see. I gotta find. Okay, I can use this for a second. Yo. What am I hearing? What is this? Am I able to? I've already got this. What am I? All right. Oh, there's a PDA. Right now, my immediate goal is I want to get back to the sea truck. That's the robotics lab. So worst case, I can run through there again when my inventory is not full. In theory, this will get me back to the sea truck. Did you? Yes, that, you should have it. Where is it? Got it right here. I've yet to use it, but I've got it. I mean, I don't even need to head back to base. I just need to head back to the sea truck to be able to store stuff. If I can find it. We're on the right path, I think. Yeah, I want to figure out how to use it eventually. Well, not how to use it. I mean, I know how to use it. Put it in the bar. Little thing you were looking at next to the fragment PDA is a place that you can use that. Okay. I will have to head back there in a minute because my inventory is full. I want to see if I can. Here's my sea truck. Hopefully I didn't. Okay. I need to drop stuff off at the sea truck, and then I'll try to head back there and see what that thing does, because now I'm curious. Alright. Alright, now let's see. Now we're gonna keep the ion cubes with me because I have a lingering suspicion I'm probably potentially gonna need them. We're gonna. Let's see. We can. Even though it'll probably, well, most likely end up melting. Alright.
Are you prepared for the kind of death you've earned, little man?
Never. Trust me, I'm not prepared for the kind of death I probably have earned in this game at some point. Where is...
Vital signs stabilizing.
Let's take care of that. That's actually one of my favorite ones, though. That's lore from Star Trek The Next Generation. Talking to his brother, Data. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, let's...
Stand up, boy. You're tripping over your own feet.
Alright, that's not a bad idea. Give me one moment, everyone. I gotta stand up for a little bit. Alright, we're good on that now. I just needed to make sure. All rise, the Solus has entered chat. Alright, well, thanks for the stand-up thing there. I'm gonna just go into stand for a while probably here. I just had to take a look and see and make sure. Oh, it's nighttime. Shit. I'm gonna have to wait this out. I had to make sure that none of my stuff was gonna be lifted off the floor, and I rose the desk up. I had to make sure that I had it at the right height, because I can only raise it so far. Try to raise it further, I raise the desk too far, and I pull my computer and everything off the ground, and I really don't want to do that. Let's see. All right. We're decent on water for now. I don't want to... I don't want to go through and waste water resources now. We have to wait till daytime. What all have you discovered on land? Let's see here. I discovered the water purification stuff, the frost-based plants. I got the blueprints for the cold suit, which I can't do anything with until I get the stalker fur, which will probably make it a lot easier to explore. I got this spy penguin, I think, on land somewhere. I've got the snow fox, which I'm kind of wanting to see what that's like to build that. I'm not going to lie to you, I'm half tempted to head back to my base just to build it, just to see what it does. But I don't think I can. The reason why I'm hesitating is I don't think I can put it in the sea truck. And I don't know how big it is. I still need the aquarium module and the sleeper module. Let's see. But the bigger that gets, you know, it's like it's going to be a pain to drive. Any storyline stuff on land? The robotics lab, part of the storyline, and it got some storyline in regards to my sister and Zeta. I just don't recall all of the story off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and listen to it. But I did find out that supposedly, and I'm not looking forward to this, supposedly there's an ice leviathan somewhere. I am not looking forward to that. Luckily, knock on wood here, I haven't had anything destroy any of my vehicles or vehicle equipment bays except for me yet. Came close. I've heard of it. I'm not looking forward to seeing it. There's a lot of stuff that wants to kill you in this game, I've already discovered. And it's... Nah, I don't think it's daytime yet. No. Shame, though, no Aurora Borealis tonight, because the Aurora Borealis stuff in this game, never really seen it very well in real life, but it's cool in there. You make hydraulic fluid yet? I haven't made it. I don't even know if I can. Let's see, because I think hydraulic fluid can do. I have to find the mushrooms again because I drowned and I lost them. I don't think I have any back. What I am hoping for is that I am hoping that I can find another oxygen tank upgrade, because what is this? How much oxygen does that give? 90 seconds? I would really like to see if there's more oxygen upgrades. I haven't found anything yet. Oh, you're good. I just gotta find out where I found it, and I don't remember where I found it. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was at... Which one was it? Been to all of these locations, even this one, even though it's still got the things that, because I haven't, I'm pretty sure I've been to this one. I can't remember which one it was. You know what? I think it was this one, the Ancient Body Cache, because that was the one where like you had to go really far down, like I think 500 or 600 meters, and I couldn't swim back up to the surface fast enough. So it definitely got me there. I don't even know why some of these are turned off, but probably just so I have less stuff to focus on. Let's see. See if it's daytime. Okay, there's the Aurora Borealis stuff again. Not daytime, but you know what? That shit's super cool. Every time I see it, like, I think this game did it right, even though I've never actually seen it look like this in real life. But I also have to be mindful because it's cold, so I can't really stay and look at it for too long. And it's gone again. It is. I mean, it's definitely on my list of something I want to see, like, in real life someplace again. Well, again, in person, like, because I've seen it here. It's not the greatest here, but it's better than nothing. Alright. I think we're gonna... I don't think I brought a beacon with me, and again, I didn't. That's fine. We saw some that looks kind of similar when I lived in Iceland. That's cool. I've never been to Iceland. Yeah, place I'd like to go, but I can't remember. I think Iceland is the warm one, and Greenland is actually the cold one, if I'm not mistaken. But it would be cool to probably live there, I think, at least for a little while. We should probably turn off the headlights on this. Or the headlights. Oh, it is off. Alright, let's see. Only good to visit. Screw living there. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of places I don't want to live. I wouldn't mind visiting, though. Like, honestly, I don't want to live in Florida. Wouldn't mind visiting again, but I definitely don't want to live there. Sun doesn't go down in the summer and doesn't come up in the winter. Yeah, that's not exactly a place I'd like to live at. I mean, I have blackout curtains on my windows now just because I don't like dealing with like the sun during the day and all that. Like, well, I don't mind dealing with the sun. Let's put it that way. But what it is, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with being woken up by the sun at like 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And also, where I live, all this noise, light pollution and whatnot isn't great. Let's see if I can find this thing again. But I don't want to deal with all the light pollution from all the businesses and street lights and stuff that are around. I don't know where it was at, so we're just going to kind of explore. Unless, Zach, you happen to remember where that thing was at, because I don't. I got directionally turned around here, which happens to me quite a bit. Might have been somewhere in this area. Did you find the bridge that you need to close? I don't think I've seen a bridge yet.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Wonder if this will count as shelter. Yeah, it looks like it will. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a bridge yet. I'm still kind of exploring. This is my second time on this island now. Can't be out here for too long. Did you find the map in the last center? Yeah, I think I had the map. I just don't know. I did find a map in the one room I was in where I got the large room. I don't know if it needs to be with me, because if it needs to be with me, then I'm in trouble. It'll be in logs. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no, well, those are voice logs. There's got to be maps. Okay. Because it had to be with me. I don't think I have it with me. Yes, this is the map I was looking for. Oh, all good. I'm just learning here as I go with this one. Alright. So I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm like, I could be wrong. I think I'm like somewhere here. Let's see. That's where you are. If you find a point of reference, you can use that pretty much the whole way. Yeah, so let's go ahead and, okay, well, that's good. As long as I leave that there, it'll come up. Let's see if the storm is broke so I can take a look. I think it was this way. We can... we got an ad that's about to start here in a minute, everybody. It'll be about a 2 to 3 minute ad. Well, not a 2 to 3 minute, it'll be a 3-minute ad. Why don't you give me a moment to go ahead and refill my water? I would say stretch, but I'm already standing, so... Oh, somewhere. Shit. There's somewhere around here, I think. There it is. Alright, let's just warm up. And let's... Hopefully we don't need the knife. Oh, this is kind of cool. All right, we're in a short ad break here, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and see everyone back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. We are back. Let's see. Let's see what happens, because I've never used this thing. Nor do I know what to really look for. And it can self-destruct. That's good to know. We're not gonna... And it was like, hold 4 things. Okay. This thing gotta be the most annoying. It definitely seems like it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like how clunky it is. I don't know what I'm really gonna find here. I kind of hope that I find some of the snow stalker stuff here, but I don't know if we're going to. It doesn't look like it. think that there's anything really else in here. Guess we can pick up the quartz just so we've got it. But it also seems like I'm stuck now. Oh, and it's got a companionship level. That'll be interesting. Alright, so I wonder if it's worth... Oh, is it a one and done?
Weather approaching. Seek shelter.
You have to make another one after you use it? That sucks. That really blows. Now I have to find shelter because the weather just took a shit. There's the robotics lab. You have to bring it. Okay. I'll have to go worry about that in a minute. Okay, hopefully we'll be able to turn the controller back on, but for now we're going to go back in the robotics lab. Where this way I can at least stay alive for now. I already scanned that. We'll turn on the scanner just to be thorough while we wait for the storm to clear, and then we'll head back to the cave and see if we can find it. We're gonna see if we've missed anything here, because, well, you never know. While we wait for the storm to clear, we've already scanned all this. I still think it's really cool how, like, here, like, all the weather effects in this game, like storms, everything. I don't know if...
Seek fluid intake.
No, I couldn't get through that door. I don't think you can get through that door, but we'll have to... Alright, so... Nope, we've already done that. Oh, well, at least it still shows on the map, too. Okay, so it gives me a beacon for where it's at, so... I'll go back and I'll get it out after the storm clears. Now, we got this here, and I suspect... This is why I kept the ion cubes with me, and I don't think I have enough. But I suspect... that... Okay, I guess I'm wrong. But I thought the ion cubes would be used there. There's something to this I haven't figured out yet. Because the transporter stuff would be cool to use and get around with. Kind of looking around, trying to see if I did miss anything. It might need powered from outside, the other side, wherever it leads. Correct. I don't know where it leads yet. That's the thing. That's the first place I've seen where I found it, so I don't know where it leads. I do want to find out. Think there's anything I've missed here so far. I mean, I know I dropped, well, if they're still around, I don't know. I left some flask things lying around, or beacons, well, not beacons, like storage flasks lying around. That was about all I left because my inventory was too full at the time, but I don't see them anymore. Well, there's one. Let's go see if the storm is cleared, because I don't think there's really much of anything else I can do. Okay, we're clear. Now let's try to get this thing out, and then we'll look at the map and see what we can find here next. Well, once let's... Damn it. I should have brought health with me. Oh well.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
It's that way. See if I can... Okay. See if I can get this thing out. Oh, hold on, before we do that, just... You know what, I don't think there's anything else in here. Why won't you let me? Seriously? Why can't I pick you up? Oh, that's why. They can't pick you up full. Got it. Thank you. That was helpful because I've got spoiled by the quantum chests that you can pick up full, and I didn't think of it. Where? I'm gonna stand here as long as I can until this thing turns off. I guess for that. There we go. Let's make my way back to the robotics lab and let's look at the map and try to figure out what's what.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Come on. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so we just came from what I believe I want to say was... No, actually, because we're here. So it was probably one of these two, which tells me there's... Looking at this map, there's 4 pictures, but look like the little spy thing. So we're gonna go... We're gonna have to go do some more exploring. Kinda wish this map was a little bit more interactive. But it's fine. Alright. We have to wait for the storm to clear. And I put all those back in the storage unit on the sea truck. Crap. May have to go find more of those to make the snowball, or not the snowball, the thing to make the water. What we got down here while we're... Okay, so I've already looked at that. So we're gonna... It's nighttime now, so we're stuck. I don't need you on though right now. Let's see if there's maybe any water or anything I left. And that's back to the transporter. Or the teleporter, whichever. Doesn't look like I left anything. So we have to just wait for this. Well, wait for it to become daytime. What I kind of wonder though is like, I was looking at this map here. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4 locations where this can go. I wonder if you can control the one spy pegging, or I wonder how many spy peggings you can control with one remote. Because they're not that expensive to make. And potentially you could just leave them where they're at and use them as, like, in no sense, a beacon or a reference point. So this way you can navigate easier. So I may try that. Let's see, actually, how expensive are they to make? I don't remember. I mean, I don't think they're that expensive. Okay, they're somewhat expensive, but not horrible. Most expensive thing is going to be the battery. Might be worth a shot, because especially on this island, I can use it as a navigation tool. Even if it doesn't work, I could just leave one there and use it as a navigation tool for just point of reference. Normal beacon is definitely cheaper, but I don't know if you can place a normal beacon on land. I haven't tried. Like, I know there's the beacon for the robotics chamber. Maybe I should just bring a beacon with me on land and see. Okay, well in that case, forget the first idea. Beacons are a better idea. Alright, looks like we're... I don't need to pick up snow right now. I need to... figure out where... Alright, so I'm at one of these two. With how it looks, I'm probably at... I'm honestly not sure. Like, that map doesn't really give me too good a directional sense at the moment. So we're just gonna... cautiously look around. At least we can warm up for a minute. And you know what? We actually might have just saved myself, maybe. If they're in here, I might have just saved myself some going back to the sea truck. I don't see any of them. Must have picked them all up from here. That's fine. Let's see. So if we can... I don't know where I'm going. That's the sad part. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm looking at the map. Okay, so now we're by... Okay, so we're here. Most likely, because that's going to be that. So that means if we go to this here... Alright, let's try this. So I come up here. So if I go this way, there should be... If I'm reading the map right, somewhere this way there should be 2 openings where I can send the spy thing in. But for right now, we have to warm up before we freeze to death and die. The only plus side is, you know, freezing to death and dying in this game doesn't take you back to your base. It takes you back to your vehicle. Alright, let's see what we got. Well, we were already in here. We warmed up. Let's go see if we can find these openings.
Seek fluid intake.
It might be... I don't have any water with me. Okay. Well, I guess we're heading back to the sea truck because I don't have any water with me. Sad part is, too, I was finally thinking of on to something here. That's fine. I should have prepped better. But luckily, the thing is, if I can make it back to the sea truck, oh, and it's right there, that won't be that bad. Maybe. I don't know if I can make that stuff. I might have to go back to... I don't think I can do that 'cause I think it requires a... No, I can't because it requires the fabricator, and I don't have a fabricator with me. I don't think I can put one on this truck either. I'd like to, but I don't think I can. Alright, for the likelihood that I'm probably not going to make it back to the base with my water the way it is, we're gonna... Or whichever, we're gonna just stash stuff we don't want to lose. Right now, we just kind of have to leave, sadly, because I don't have resources to make things. So we're going to attempt to make it back to base. And now that I've got the storage module, we're going to prep better with more water and food and whatnot. I do believe there's a craftable module for the sea truck fabricator. Might be. I don't know if I can build that yet, though. Okay, I can. The problem is... The only problem I have with this right now is I need lead. Like, I have to farm for lead, because lead has got to be, like, the hardest resource to find. And it's also in the most risky part of the risky sections of the game I've discovered to try and find it. But when we get back, we'll get some food, we'll get some lead. Well, we'll get some food, then we'll go lead hunting. Perhaps. And we'll actually recharge the power cells as well, because they're low. Low-ish, anyway.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I don't have any fluid to seek at the moment, so you're going to have to wait. Just that. No, that won't give me water. Crap, that'll actually take water from me. I mean, it makes water, but it doesn't make water. Give me oxygen or food at this point. No water. So, and the sea monkeys there are still freaking the most cool things I've ever seen in this game. They actually help you, they give you resources. All right, we're gonna be good. Right, let's go turn this into water real quick before I have an issue.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Vital signs
So that
stabilizing.
would get me by for now. Alright, so now that we've done that, let's... Yep, that's what we're going to try to do next here. As soon as I can... We're going to... If the snowballs haven't melted, we're going to turn those into water. And the plants, we're going to try to turn some of them into water. And then we got to go lead hunting. Let's clear out what I can. Come on. Well, yeah, for now, let's clear out what we can, because if by some chance I do lose the... If I do lose this either module while traveling, I'd rather have it be empty. Let's see. Those can stay there for now. I want to find snowballs. Let's go ahead and see what we can do with that. So we can try to craft some additional stuff here. All right. I don't know. Well, we can melt that down real quick just to free up. Oh, not really. That's what I thought. Well, then we'll just go ahead and make another beacon. I thought we could craft that. I thought we could make something with those. I don't see. We can make the wiring kit, because I think we're going to end up needing the wiring kit anyway. Thought I could. Thought there's something I could make with that. Just don't know how. Okay, there is. I just gotta find it. It's. I need salt. Okay, that's what I'm missing.
Seek fluid intake.
I don't think I have any water. Do I have any salt? I don't know. We're gonna have to probably shoot. No, I want to keep you with me. I don't think I have any salt. Back at it now that I got that sneeze out of there. I don't think I have any salt. Nope, that's fine. So let's go get some water or some more fish to make water real quick. It's down. Yes, it is down here. All right, so this will at least get me enough to get me some water. All right, let's see. After we get the water, we're just gonna do water for now. Food's not bad. We will have to do food, but and there's what I was looking for. I don't know what the water purification tablet necessarily will
Vital signs
do
stabilizing.
just yet, but let's see what we wanted to do. So I need lubricant, which I believe is just creepvine clusters. I should have creepvine clusters in here somewhere. Now I know where to get them. That should do it. We also got to check the bioreplicator and see where its power levels are at. Okay, still doing good. So we need... What else do we need? I should have everything else. So just magnesite and titanium. So magnesite, it might be... I think that's going to be done at the... We're going to find out. I think it's done at the vehicle station up here. And it's nighttime, so we have to be mindful of weather. Okay. Why not? Alright, so I can't... Alright, so I just gotta figure out how to make that then. Is it made with the building tool? Where is the building tool? No, but it's okay, so I don't know how to make that yet. That's fine. Let's wonder if it needs to be done. Let's go see. Because that requires a computer chip, ingot, and lead. I've got to put that stuff together. Computer chip. There's copper. You require lithium. That part I'm not worried about. What is it that I... So really I need to find how much lead I have and make a computer chip and copper wire. Stash all the stuff we... No, I want to keep the battery with me. Because eventually I'll have to coral. Alright, so we got blue coral. Okay, so let's make the copper wire, and then we'll look through and see how much lead I've got. Because we can at least do the computer chip. Go. One piece of lead there. No lead there. No lead there, but I do need titanium either way. And I should have recharged my power cells while I was doing all this. I completely forgot. Let's just make sure. No lead. So we're gonna have to go lead hunting in a minute. Which is right now, honestly, my least favorite activity to do. Because of how hard it is to actually find all the lead and whatnot. With all the stuff that's around trying to kill you out there. Alright, so... it's fine though. Alright, now let's just... stash all that. Let's do this too. And we can... I'm going to turn you back in. Put you back on. Alright. Go. Then we're going to put you there. Alright, we're going to grab a spare battery before we head out again. Just because I know we're going to need it. Alright, so we are going to leave the sea truck here because where I'm going, it's probably just going to get destroyed anyway. I said I got lead that way, so we're just going to go ahead and see what we can find there. I just don't remember what exactly that area is like. Alright, let's just keep moving. Still want to figure out how to make the snow vehicle thing. Alright, I said it was this way. So I was in the right area, I just kinda got turned around. And let's change a couple things around.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Alright. Let's go ahead and surface here. And we'll take our chances again and we'll see if we can find some more lead so we can build the other module. One of the things I can say I do like is I do like how they actually tell you what stuff could possibly contain, so there's a little less having to remember everything. What's this? Oh, that's what I missed. Where's my scanner? Come on. Oh. Either something just attacked me. Nope, it did. Okay. I wasn't just seeing things. Need...
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Yep, we're gonna... have to use this because that saved my ass several times in this game. And the first one too. So, that way. How did I get so far off course from where I was? This fish is little fish, sharks, whatever it is, just needs to go and leave us alone. I just want to peacefully steal resources. Pay attention to my oxygen levels too, though. I don't think there's going to be lead down here. I'm fairly certain there isn't. It's the robotics area. Nothing's going to help there. That's titanium. I don't need titanium. I mean, I will take copper, because that's another harder one to find. Shit.
Seek fluid intake.
Fuck the water for the time being, woman.
Vital signs stabilizing.
You need to try not to get killed. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna see. We're gonna make our way toward this mine area, what I labeled as mine and cave, because I'm pretty sure there was a possibility of lead being there too. is kind of concerned a little bit for not bringing the sea truck with me because, you know, at the same time, I don't want to lose the sea truck to whatever's out here. Again, the titanium's the most common resource to find, and if I find what I need to be ready to grab it and run.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Surface here.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Silver, or not silver, I need lead. All I need. Lithium. The fuck is... Nope. Okay, we're okay on oxygen for now. Inventory's full. Drop those two. I mean, they're useful, but I can find those pretty much anywhere. Because all I need those for is to make batteries. Let's surface for a minute before it tells me I've only got 30 seconds of air remaining. And now we have to go back under because of the bad weather. I need, ultimately I need one more piece of lead. Because I got one piece already at my base. I just have to be careful down here. Should be... Alright. We are... Alright. So this way I'll remember. Alright. Now we got the lead I need for now. That's not everything I need, but it'll at least get me what I need for the time being. And then I can see what the fabricator can do. Shit. There's like at least 2 or 3 of them in here. And this is exactly why I didn't bring the sea truck with me.
Oxygen.
Because the one time I brought the sea truck in there with me with the storage unit, it almost didn't end pretty. And the storage unit was full. And I'm not all for losing all that. And at least though, for the most part, you can get pretty much anywhere so far fairly easily if you pay attention to the sea monsters trying to kill you and eat you. So,
Robin,
Welcome
I have
aboard,
found the
Captain.
location of another artifact.
Good.
ooh,
I really hope this one tells us something we need.
As do I.
none of the other ones have so far.
Location uploaded to PDA.
But after we work on this here, what do I need? I don't remember what I needed fully. I know I needed lead. Okay, so need you. And I need the 1 piece of lead out of this locker here. Let's dash some of this other stuff that we don't need. Yeah, let's continue this. No, shit, I needed you. That'll do. Now that's right. This one is specifically made out at the vehicle bay. Oh, and there's that view again. All right. Hold on. Let's see. All right, good. It's nowhere near it. Shit, not what I wanted to do. Let's make the module. All right, now the module's made and it drops, once it drops, because the last time I did this, I destroyed the module by hitting it too hard, so we're saving it this way. If I do that again, I don't have to worry about it. Where is my sea truck? I need to remember how. I don't remember how I attached it. That's the trick. See where I'm at. So I'm in theory I should be set up. Pretty close. Okay. Oh, that's not the right. Okay. I don't even know if you can hook up. I wonder how many modules you can hook up. It looks like you should be able to hook up multiples. But I don't know. Can I kinda maybe? Let's just try it. Okay, so that's hitting the module. I don't know, can you? I don't know if you can actually, I mean, it looks like you can. I just can't get it to attach. Let's try it. I mean, maybe it'll just attach. That's basically what I did with the last unit. I just okay. It's not. I don't know how to attach this. We got an ad that's about to start here in a minute, everyone. Which once that ad starts, I'll use that to refill my water and whatnot, and then when we come back, if I can't get this attached, we'll try to figure out how to attach it. I mean, and last, let's see. Oh, okay. I think I just figured it out. Kind of. Had the right idea, just not the right side. There we go. I was on the wrong side of the sea truck, so we got it. We're gonna do a quick save. So the ad should be starting here right about now. I will be back in a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. back. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. Let's go ahead and get back to it. I just made a new module, and I kind of want to see what it can do.
Calorie intake.
Okay, well, I guess I need food before I can do anything else. So, we're also going to need water. So let's just grab a couple bladderfish and some other fish. Really? Now you give me lead? Never dropped lead from me that close to the base, ever. And after I go...
Fluid intake.
Yes, I'm working on it. Alright. And go, let's cure one of you because we need both water and food. Well, apparently I had water. That's fine. Good. Now... we've got the fabricator, we've got the storage. We don't have the sleeper or the aquarium module. Let's see... what it can build. 'Cause I don't know what it can build. There it is. Let's see. What can you... Thanks for the lurk there, Zeke. Hope you're having a good Sunday. My days are so thrown off right now. All right. Let's see here. So no, it can't make it. So how do I make it? I can't make it from the mobile vehicle bay. Is there something I'm missing? Well, yes, there's something I'm missing. I just don't know what I'm missing. Let's see. We do have to go back here still. And we also got that new destination that Alan just gave me. Maybe this will tell me where I can make it. Let's see. Playable plat equippers 2. Rapids. Okay. Got it. So I need to make the hover pad before I can make the snow fox. Makes sense. So how do I make the hover pad? Oh, that's simple. Titanium and a wiring kit? That's easy. I can do that in like no time.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let's grab some titanium and 2 silver to make a wiring kit if I don't already have a wiring kit. I do, but we'll make another one because I think that one had a purpose. Actually, I know what that one's purpose was for. It was for it's for the hover thing. Don't need any of that. That will be done with. Actually, I'm not sure what that will be done with. Let's take a look. Probably most likely with the either the vehicle builder outside or this. We'll find out. Well, actually, we can just take a look right now. Okay, perfect. Got it. We'll go build this outside, and then we'll come back in and grab whatever I may need to build the other thing. Let's put it right here. Maybe. Where does it need to be? Does it need to be built? Alright, let's just do it this way then. Okay, no, because that requires lead. Let's see if I can do it up here. Worst case, I may have to do it.
Calorie intake recommended.
Where can I build it then? Do I have any food? I do not. Let's go grab. You. That'll do for now, and then I'll figure out. Once I make this food, I'll figure out where I can. Where I can build this. I'm working on it. I had water already.
Vital signs stabilizing. Vital signs stabilizing.
So let's see if this tells me where I can build it. Hover pad is deployable. I wonder if I have to build it. It's commonly used for and okay. Makes sense. I know where I have to build it then. Let's grab the Magnite and the lubricant out of these storage units. All right. Battery's good to come with us. We'll make our way there, but there was a new one that just appeared, which was LFO. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to make our way to LFO as soon as we get a little bit more food resources and whatnot. But we're going to stash this stuff in the truck. So it's there. Oh no, that storage unit is full. Do I have one that isn't full? Need them both with me. Who we got? Some of you can stay, but not all of you. No, we're gonna just keep this all here. I mean, might come in handy for something. Let's do this. How are we looking on resources? We got water. We have no food. All right, let's see if we can find some salt first. Let's actually. Go till the battery dies and we'll swap it, which won't be long. Called it. So let's just gotta go find some salt. Which we shouldn't have to go too far in theory to find salt. Think there was salt down here, but we can't hurt to go look. Oh, there is salt down here. You don't matter, you'll just be titanium that I don't need right now. Nor new. I didn't see that. I should have looked better. I may as well get the titanium for it. Then I gotta find the other piece that I don't think I've seen before.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Good shit. Oxygen plant. Saved my ass. Just looking for salt. Really all I want. All right. What's that? Not what I saw, but some okay. I don't know. I lost it. That's fine. Ultimately, I'm just looking for salt so I can purify some food, or cure food so I don't run out of food while I'm doing my next part of exploring. And there might be salt down here somewhere. Don't need the sea glide fragment right now. Still like these oxygen plants. It makes it so much easier, but I wish it'd give us more oxygen supply than 90 seconds. Hopefully I'll get it eventually. You're an egg, and you're one of those exploding things again. Need to find surface. We have to head up because we're gonna run out of air if we don't. We're just gonna do it the fast way.
Seek fluid intake.
How much salt do I have? I have 1 salt. I really want to get like 3 or 4 pieces of salt. I would like to have like 3 or 4 cooked, well, cured pieces of meat, fish, so I can at least potentially not worry about running out of food. Be mindful. Okay, I'm decent on oxygen. Salt, it's fine. Fine, we can keep going for a little bit this way. Salt is one of those things that seems to be very hard to find in this game. It's kind of a pain, not gonna lie. I mean, I know where there's salt deposits, but the problem is I can't do anything with it
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
yet, because I don't have the tools that will allow me to. Oxygen's back up. Let's. You're not gonna help me. You're not gonna help me.
Calorie intake recommended.
Do I have any? Fine, then we'll head back and we'll cook something. What's that? No, that's quartz. So we'll head back, we'll cook a couple fish, which will free up some inventory. We'll drop some more stuff. And then
Captain.
go from there. That's not what I wanted. I want food. I want food. Cook up one or two of you. You're one of you. And then we'll take a look and see.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Right. Stash some of this stuff because we don't need it. The battery needs to go on the charger. I didn't realize the battery was dead. Alright, well, that's charging. Let's go ahead and... Where is it? Real quick, let's do that before I forget. Again. There it is. Let's see how the power cells are holding up. Here with me. You're still full, that's fine. So we'll just take this one power cell, charge it up while we're salt running. Go. Eventually I want to make backup power cells, but I'm not there yet. Salt. All I want right now is salt. So let's keep looking. More salt. Hey. Okay, you're a sea glide fragment. I couldn't tell what that was for a minute. So, keep looking. It's quartz. I'm not worried about quartz. Not getting close to that. It's fine, I don't need that. There's some salt. Good shit. I want to see if I can find 3 or so more pieces of salt. Maybe 4.
Warning. 30 seconds.
Something down here. Apparently I didn't scan. We'll have to come back down in a minute and find out. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I don't know what I could have missed down here. Thought I got it all. Let's find out. Oh, I missed. How did I miss the window? Of all things to miss, how did I miss the window? Did I miss anything else while I'm down here? Okay, doesn't look like it. It's fine. Let's see. One piece of salt. I want to find like 2 to 3 more. I already have you. I don't need you. Titanium again. Well, loaded titanium, kind of. Those will be useful for, you know what? Let's grab a couple of them because I can use it to prepare better and have an extra couple sets of power cells for the sea truck. Because I can use those to make batteries.
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
See, I do. All right, we'll make it to. We'll go here and then we'll head up to the surface to replenish the rest.
Seek fluid intake.
Salts.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
We're working on it. While I'm on my way up, I'm just looking to see if I see any more salt, potentially. Oh. Okay, apparently I don't have another battery with me. How far? We're not that far. We'll make it work. We'll head back to the base here. Because I wasn't paying attention to the battery levels, and they definitely seem to die faster, though, still in this game. Due to the lack of, not the lack of it there really of, but due to the fact that it's colder, the batteries seem to die faster. But it's interesting to, when you just have to swim without any stuff. Not really. It's actually kind of a pain. Because generally one of two things are going to happen. Either it's going to happen at the worst moment and you're going to die. Or... oh, that's a sea monkey. That's fine. Did scare the crap out of me for a second. I was half expecting it to, like, attack me. I didn't realize what it was. So we can at least... it's just floating stuff. There's nothing important. Oh, you know, I didn't pay attention to that.
Vital signs stabilizing. Oxygen.
No, let's fix that because I wasn't paying attention to that either. And that's how I die most of the time. I don't pay attention to my oxygen levels, or I'm too far down and I can't get back up. That's generally how it goes. Alright, so let's... No, we don't need that. We want to cure some food. And we'll cook a little bit. You can always get more of the fish. Those are pretty easy to find. Alright. So we'll eat the cooked ones now. We'll save the cured ones. We'll save the water. We want to, actually that's what we want to do. I want to make two more well, I actually think it's going to be 4 more batteries. Because the power cells, I think, require 2 batteries. Yes, so I need to get... I got plenty of that. I need copper. I'm gonna worry about the silicone rubber stuff in a minute. So how many batteries do I have now? 3. I want 1 more. But my goal is I want to have a complete spare set for the sea truck. So we're gonna have to... Nope, we don't have to. We got them right there. Alright, so we got that. So I need silicone rubber. What do I need to make creepvine clusters? I only have 1 in here. I think we're just gonna... Honestly, we're just gonna go get some. Because that might even lead me to more salt for what else I need. Oh, crud. You know what? I forgot. I need to fix that too.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Go. Now I will be able to grab some of the clusters and the vines so I can make health kits as well, because I'm also low on health kits. Well, health. I don't have any health kits. And we can hopefully find some more salt on the way. If not, we'll deal with it and we'll just keep pushing. Because the nice thing about the sea truck now is I can actually... cook on the fly. So if I find salt or whatnot, I can actually cook on the fly now. Where are the seeds? Or the clusters? I don't see them. They should be sticking out pretty easy though. Considering they're red, they should be pretty easy to see. But I don't see them. That's fine. Let's surface real quick. I know that there's some around here somewhere. I just don't remember where. Might be some. Yes, there they are. Inventory's full. Is that enough? Or is it not? Need one silicone rubber each, so no, that's not enough. Which means they need to. Oh, it's a sea monkey, okay. Fine, these are already rotten, so we'll just.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Fine, let's surface real quick. Now let's see. Ourselves, we need silicone rubber, so we need. We should be good then. I can worry about health stuff in a minute. Let's just keep moving. Let's get this done. We'll make the extra power cells, and then the other one should be recharged. And then we're just gonna look for the other location. I think we're just gonna push on. We'll worry about health and everything as we need it, which I might regret that decision, but we'll worry about it when, I guess, when the shit hits the fan. Hopefully not, but. Alright. Oh no, what do I need? I know, that's right, I need to do this. I need 4 you, I believe. Should be enough. We'll see. May have to do one more, but nope. So now I got my complete spare set of batteries. Or power cells, rather. Alright, so we will. Stash you. Yeah, stash you. I'm gonna take a couple extra batteries with me on the. Good, and I can make a couple health kits with those.
Vital signs stabilizing.
We will need to get some more water before I head out, though. And we're gonna grab a couple more beacons. Gonna grab you because you should be charged now, as well as you. We can charge you. All right, let's go take care of the power cells and the storage on the sea truck. And then what we'll do is we'll go down, we'll get some more fish for water. We'll double check how many we've got here. I think we got 2, which should be enough. All right. Okay, we got 3 cured fish. That part should be good. We'll stash the beacons for now. We're gonna make, where's the fabricator? It's right there. Oh, we're gonna make health because I didn't do that. I think you should be able to make 3 and I can heal up a little bit. So I'll have 2 in reserve. Alright, let's go get some header fish so we can have some more water. Three, 4, 4 should do, I hope. So we can actually even make the water here on the sea truck. So we'll make the water on the sea truck. So we can just get moving. Alright, so that should do. We can use one of them now. Alright, let's see where. Okay, apparently we got some new stuff. Yeah. Okay, so we got the glass compartments and the windows. Right now I'm not really worried about that. Let's see. Did we ever make it to? I don't think we did make it to LF. No, we did make it to LFO, I think. We need to go to Q59, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, I think we did go to that one. So we need to go to Q59. Q59. It's blue. That one. Gotta be careful though because we got a wider, bigger vehicle now. Biggest vehicle I've actually ever driven in video games that I can recall anyway, or in real life. I don't like to drive big vehicles. If I ever move and whatnot, I won't even drive a U-Haul. I let someone else do it. We're gonna go to this one if we've already been there. If we discover we've already been there, we'll head to the other one, which is LFO. Shit. That's think I think it's gonna be we just have to wait a minute before we can oh shit. That wasn't the right move. Does it ever go out or alright, so I don't think it's this way. If it was, would have extinguished long enough for me to swim through it. And I'm glad we were smart enough to get some health this time. I don't know. Maybe. Hard to tell. We're gonna just kind of have to. I'm not leaving it here. What I'm looking for is U59. So that's is so we just need to find a way where it gets deeper. See, the thing is that we can try it again. I don't think this is right. But we can try it. That sent me going to LF. Oh, okay, there's Q59. Ooh, what is this? I've never seen this. We found some new shit, people. I've never been here. And there is a oxygen plant, which will head toward that. There's a lot to explore down here. I don't know if I like this, but now at least we're finding some lead. What are you?
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen.
Doesn't matter. I don't have enough oxygen to stick around and find out. Well, good. The plant's back. Let's see.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Ah, sweet shit. Sea truck dock. Good shit. Maybe I'll get lucky and there be like an oxygen rich area here. Probably not.
Oxygen.
Maybe I'll get lucky and there be something. Good. Come on, let me make it. Even if I barely make it, let me make it.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
That's fine. I can deal with that.
New creature discovered.
Yes! Fucking prawn suit. Good shit.
Oxygen.
I'm gonna drown, but at least I got the prawn suit. Yeah, we're drowning. But it doesn't matter. We got the prawn suit. And it'll put me back in my vehicle. Most likely. See what I lost. I'm actually kind of glad it put me back here because I just realized, oh, need to angle this thing up a little bit. There we go. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's go back in for a minute. You just do. Why did you just... What the hell did you just do? Okay, just learned something new. Fine, let's... Where is it? Now I'm all backwards. It's not what I wanted to do. Let's just do it this way. Now that I'm inside, let's see for a minute if I can make the prawn soup. Because if I can make the prawn... okay. I think we're heading back because we can build some new shit. The only thing is I kind of do want to see first, can I build the prawn suit? yet, or do I need I need more blueprints? All right, there's an ad about to start here in 50 seconds, everyone, which will give me a few minutes to go ahead and stretch and everything. So we're gonna go ahead and just keep on going until the ad starts. I'm gonna grab a beacon from out of here as well. And we are gonna I'll keep one battery with me. What we're gonna do is once after the ad break, we're gonna go back down there and we're gonna drop a beacon so it's a little easier to find that place because I really do want to explore it more. Actually, we're gonna go try to explore it more while we're waiting. So I can see if I can find more prawn suit pieces while we're down there. After the short ad break here. So we're just gonna go ahead and give it a minute because the ad should be starting any second now. Alright, so I will be back in about 3 minutes, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. All right, and we are back. So, to recap real quick, we found one piece of the prawn suit. I drowned, and I kind of want to take a chance here, and we're reluctantly gonna do it. Try to make it back down there once I can find down there again. How did I get down? I don't remember how I got down there, so I might not be able to get back down there right now. I can't really. Oh shit, not what I wanted to do. Not at all what I wanted to do. Come on, reattach. Not the best time to do this. Not at all. Shit. Come on. Reattach. Yeah, that is so not what I wanted to do. Okay, so I can't do that because of the angle. So I think. There it is. We're gonna have to surface real quick and then go back down there. Oh, did I? Shit. Well, that wasn't it. There it is. This is where we found part of the prawn suit, and we got the oxygen plant here, and I want to finish looking around this area. This is where I drowned. I did bring a beacon. Good. Just for now, so I'll know what it is. In case I don't find what we're looking for. All the way. Now we drowned trying to make it here, whatever this is. So we're gonna see. We're gonna try. Worst case, I may drown again. Because we need something I can scan. I don't know what I was able to scan. I don't know, but we're just gonna, there's another oxygen plant. Okay, so as long as I'm mindful, and those do replenish, so maybe. If I can find the other prawn suit pieces down here or something. Well, I know when I get the prawn suit where I'm coming back to. Already scanned you.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Yep. This is where I died. I don't have time to cut that open with my oxygen. I need to find the plant again, otherwise I'm dead.
Oxygen.
Here's the plant. Am I gonna make it? Even if I do, it's gonna be questionable.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
We're not gonna be able to explore down here. With the oxygen the way it is, I need to come back with better
Oxygen.
Yes. I need to make it to that plant.
Calorie intake recommended.
Alright, let's try and just push out of here. Okay, I'd rather be singed a little bit than... Come on, let me make it. I'm right there. Man, I was right there. Alright, it happens. It's fine. I was right there. We'll just have to fix it. Well, not... Well, yes, ultimately fix it, but... Let's see... And one way that would help would be if I could make depth module 2, but I can't make the depth module 2 because I don't have the resource. I need 3 more pieces for the prawn suit. I don't know if we were actually at LFO, so we are going to get ourselves a little more level, and then we're going to look for LFO. I do kind of want to chance going here, though. Don't recall if I was there. Some new Ooh. Alright, this was a good decision to kind of come this way. So now I can get plant beds scanned and who knows what else. Will be available for me out here. We're gonna kind of push a little further and keep exploring this way. So now we're starting to find a little bit of new stuff that will make... Let's see. Thank you for the follow, Jensen1300. Welcome on in. If you'd like to tell me how you found the stream, that's great. If not, you just want to lurk and hang out, that's fine too. But hope you're having a good day, and thanks for the follow again. I appreciate it. All right, making some progress though now. Found some planters. Still haven't found the mushroom stuff I need again. I lost the alien signal, I think. But that's all right. Let's just keep going. No. What is this? All right. Well, there's the alien distress call that way. Or there's this long ass cable to follow. Let's try my hand again at the distress call. You know what? Nah, it's too close to... It's too close to that. I don't think... Yeah, we're not going to be able to get there just yet. So we are... I don't think I have the equipment to get there. So we're going to try to find that broken power cable again. Which I should have just done what my gut said and followed it before. There's plenty of oxygen plants down here. Actually, you know what? We're just going to head for LFO. I don't think I've been there. So we're just going to make my way toward LFO and see what we find. Nice to know the prawn suit exists in the game and a couple other things that I've found that were from the first Subnautica. Just that. I don't know what that is. We're going to go find out. Well, okay, it's a piece of the sea truck, so it's just going to be titanium. Nothing wrong with that. That's cute. Well, that's taking me back toward the prawn suit. I can't get there. You want to go this way. There we go. Because once I can get the prawn suit or more oxygen, I can better explore and figure stuff out. Because 90 seconds of oxygen isn't enough to run down there and stay alive. And I don't really want to be next to that thing right now. I have a full truck full of inventory and resources I don't want to lose. I don't know if that one will destroy it in and of its own, but I know the area we're coming in now, there's stuff that will. It isn't friendly, let's put it that way. All right. Let's just keep moving. Honestly, I don't remember if I've been to this one. There's so many different destinations and whatnot to explore in this game that come up actually pretty quickly, which is nice. What is this? This is new. Well, not really new, as in new to me to see. Alright, let's go take a look. Maybe there's something I can get in here. the way I can get in. Well, you can see, I mean, I do have the cutting tool. Metal salvage. Is there a way in on the bottom? No. Maybe there's something down here then? LFO is down here, so it was, well, maybe. Shit. Okay, note to self, stay out of the purple shit. It's as bad as lava. It's Q59, I don't want Q59. God damn. Good one there, Gen 10. That actually got me this time because I'm like, I'm seriously deep in scanning down here. I have yet to see any sea dragons in this game that I'm aware of. I've seen a lot of things, but damn.
Warning. 30
Made
seconds
it.
of oxygen remaining.
Are you prepared for the kind of death you've earned, little man?
I am able to trace the imprint of my people.
No, I don't think I'm prepared for the
Time
kind of death I've earned just yet.
becomes faint.
Still one of my favorite sound clips. Come on, there's gotta be oxygen. Oh good, there's a structure here.
Technology acquired.
I don't care right now. But there's no, damn it, there's no air. And I just drowned because there's no air. Oh, those are some of my favorite sounds though, sound alerts. I made it. I definitely didn't pass there like I would have liked to. That, I'm not gonna lie, that was not my greatest moment, but it's alright. Stuff happens. Oxygen, there's gotta be a way to increase oxygen production, but yes. Let's see. Or not oxygen production, rather. Oxygen, viability, or how long I can keep oxygen in this game, because 90 seconds of oxygen really isn't enough. And so far I haven't found anything. Question is, do I chance trying to... No, screw it. I mean, I can't even play this game. Well, why not? I mean, I get it to get, if you want to answer, that is. I get it, I get for some people, it can be a challenge with like motion and stuff like that, so. It took me a while to get used to it, and I get lost, like directionally challenged type stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun game. But I also will tell you that, I'm not a big fan of the ocean after spending time, well, even before spending time here. We're going to kind of take our chances and I don't need the actually docking module. I might need that. I do. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I enjoy the game. It's, it has its moments. Too jumpy. Every noise scares me, and I literally can't see. That's fair. I mean, I definitely can understand that. I just sometimes, at least for me, sometimes I like to take my chances with stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, this game has gotten me good, and people have gotten me really good with jump scares in this game. And the first one, well, amps up the original Subnautica, because technically, and we're gonna probably drown down here again, but scan data will be worth it, right? Unless I can somehow magically, well, not magically, find an oxygen plant. We're gonna drown down here.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Yeah, we're probably gonna drown down here again. Which means,
Oxygen.
oh, and there's some new cool stuff down here, but we're not gonna make it to it. Because there's no oxygen plant in sight. I'm gonna have to try to find like the prawn suit and other stuff like that. Because I really want to come down here and explore. If anyone that is in chat knows and has played this game, do you just wanting to know, is there more than 90 seconds of oxygen available in this game? I know in the first one, I think there was a decent amount more. But I didn't want to exit. I can't remember well, I can't say I can't remember. I don't know because I've never played this one. Let's see, do I have the resources? Do I have copper with me? Stash you. I need to see if I have the stuff to make another beacon. Do have copper. What else does beacon require? Can't remember. So I do want to come back here. Okay, good. I can make a beacon now. Guys, I'm not going to remember where this is if I don't drop a beacon. Oh, and cool. I can make ion batteries already now. I don't know when I got that, but that is cool. But yeah, I definitely can understand about the jump scare stuff, you know, it took me, I get them on occasion too. You know, it does happen, but I actually don't mind it sometimes. What should I name this? Just name it Cave. No, it's not really a cave. Just name it Cavern, I guess. We'll take my chances up here. I'll watch it all day long. It's fine until I try to play it. I understand that. I mean, when I first started playing the first one, it took me a while to get used to it. Like, you know, well, I'm not going down there because I keep dying going down there. When I first started playing the game, you know, it definitely was trippy with like the motion sickness type stuff. And nope, I know what you are. And we're saying we're gonna let you explode on your own. But yeah, I mean, definitely the motion sickness stuff was a thing with the constant up and down and how, you know, water works with the up and down. And the battery, and that just died. That's fine. We are... Let's see. Which way do I want to try to push? That's... We're going to try and just push closer toward my base. We do have new stuff to build, and I am low on resources a little bit. And see what we find. Let's just see. I don't think I have the full one for that. Nope, but we're getting closer. Do I have... Was I smart enough? Yes. All right. I wasn't sure if I actually remembered to bring another battery with me or if I stored it on the sea truck. And in this case, I remembered. We can also now build things like the docking module and things of that nature. So we got some construction stuff we can do, provided I've got all the equipment to do the resources to do it. My inventory's full. Oh shit, that I want back. I'm not leaving that. That is like my... I think I dropped it right on top of what I was looking for. Okay, that's fine. Where is my sea trap? Alright. We're gonna get out of here before something decides to destroy my sea truck. I'm just hoping that we don't see, I don't want to run into oh shit. Okay, well, at least it didn't eject me out. It just took me away from the wheel. We're gonna make our way back toward the base because I think we can build some new stuff. Magnesite, that's, I mean, I want it, but I don't want it with what's coming at me. Yeah, we're not even going to bother turning around. We're just going to keep moving until the roaring stops because it's 75% on the sea truck right now. I'm not chancing it because it's way too much of a challenge to rebuild this thing. And I don't know if that piece gets destroyed. I don't know how much what you lose and everything. I don't really want to find out. I would imagine you would just lose the front piece and the cab, you'd be okay. You'd be able to like try to tow it back or swim it back, or not the cab, the modules. Basically, this is the cab. But I don't really care to find out the hard way. We got plenty of stuff we can build, though. We're almost back to the base area. Let's just park. No, I actually don't want you parked by that for good reason. Park you under the iceberg, the piece of ice there. All right, so what we'll do is we'll stash you there. Dash most of this. You. For now, we'll just do that. We're gonna see what all I can build here once I kind of.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Once I stash some, well, not stash yet. Once I break down this titanium, or the scrap into titanium, we're gonna see what we can store here, or not store, build. Because we did just unlock a lot of new things. All right, that's fine. So let's see. I can deal with storage in a minute. I can, well, I don't know if I have the lead. I don't even know if the, oh, that's the docking module. Okay, that might be worth building if I have enough lead. Because that would potentially, oh, I don't have the prawn suit yet, so it's really not worth building yet because I don't have the prawn suit. I'm not sure where I'm going to find all the pieces yet. Let's see. Can I build for the base? Can I build... I can build the upgrade console, but I don't have the... Oh, I do have the moon pool. Okay, good shit. We're gonna build the moon pool. I think I've got the resources to build the moon pool because I think I can. Because the moon pool will allow me to source some stuff and get the vehicle upgrade chamber, even if I don't use even if I don't have anything I can store in there yet. It will at least allow me to what is it? It'll at least allow me to make upgrade parts as soon as they become available. So I need one more piece of lead if I have it. Lead is the hardest thing though, it seems like, to find in this game for me. Hopefully I have one more piece because I don't really want to have to go hunting for that. And unless it's on the sea truck, I'm probably hunting. All right, let's see. Just making sure I didn't miss it. All right, so I didn't miss it, so that means we can go look. Hopefully I've got it. It's fine, I stored those two pieces. I can find those later, and I can make the lubricant in a minute. I need to see if I have one more piece of lead here, because otherwise I have to go hunting for it. All right. Just have two tanks, easy. That's actually a good idea. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think of having a second O2 tank. We may have to work on that because I'm tired of drowning stuff because I run out of oxygen. So good idea. Thank you. I will look into that. I honestly don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe because I'm spoiled from the first Subnautica having like a lot of air. Alright, so let's see if we can actually do that. I should have all the resources to do that too. Let's see, where is... Yeah, I can definitely make that. Well, I have to make that first. I don't know if I have any fiber mesh. I know I can get some. I also know I need one more piece of lead. I think I actually used all the fiber mesh. Right. That's silicone rubber. Yep, that's not going to do it. Mesh. Where does fiber mesh come from? I don't remember. The creepvine sample. Okay, what's my inventory look like right now? Okay. That's creepvine's that way. All right. I have the stuff to make the lubricant, but I need the stuff to make the creepvine. So, or the mesh.
Calorie intake recommended.
Have any? Creepvine should be, well, right here. It's fine. All right, we're good there. And smart idea there again, Game Stalker Fold. I didn't think of that. I should have. Instead, I was relying on the oxygen resources available, but when there aren't any available, and we got the last piece of lead I needed without having to go farming for it. Good shit. We're still going to go ahead and work on the other oxygen tank, though. Or tanks, because I want the 90 seconds one. I may. Alright, so for that one, I need just the mesh. Right. Go. Oh, I want antidote 2 tank. Now that we got that, I want 2 glass, 1 silver. Let's get the glass, and then I'll worry about. Oh, let's make the 1 piece of glass. And we can break you down. So I need 1 more piece of glass. Oh, 2 more quartz. And then we can get a secondary oxygen tank so we can explore deeper. All right, now that we got that, let's clean up, and we're going to make the moon pool. Let's clean up some of these resources, and where is it? Okay, so I need you to make the lubricant. All right, then I just need the 2 what is it? The 2 you can get 2 pieces of I can't think of what they are. The titanium ingot. Which I know I stashed in one of these somewhere. There we go. Let's turn on the base builder tool. We'll put it there for now because we're not going to be rushing up for oxygen, hopefully anytime soon. Now I just got to figure out where I want to put you. I think we're just going to put you, if I can. I'm just going to put you. Shoot, that was what I wanted. All right, we're going to put the moon pool right here. All right. Now I got to go see how the structural integrity is doing.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, so we're still good on structural integrity. That's good. All right, so now I want to make, if I can, I gotta find it. Where is it? Okay, I want to make the vehicle customization console, which requires a computer chip, which requires copper for copper wire, 1 piece of gold, and 2 coral, if I'm correct. And you know, I got it right. Good shit. So now I need, well, I still need 1 more copper wire. That's fine. And I need 3 titanium. There we go. All right, so now we're gonna go here and we're gonna look into that too, because I actually completely forgot about that. Let's go.
Calorie intake recommended.
Fine, we can deal with that right now. All right, now we got that built. So that requires 4 glass, titanium ingot, and an advanced wiring kit. Because I do want to make a dock for the sea truck real quick. That's going to be, I think, one of the... We're going to work on that for now, which required an advanced wiring kit, which requires, I think, computer chip. There's copper wire. Yeah, so we're gonna gold, copper. Okay. And I'm also gonna need 2 silver, 4 glass, 1 glass, 2 glass, 3 glass. So I need 1 more piece of silver, 1 more piece of quartz to make 1 more, to make the 4th piece of glass. Actually, no, I don't. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. All right, we'll make the computer chip, or the copper wire. Make the computer chip. We'll make the the wiring kit. Then we'll make the advanced wiring kit. We'll have that. Now we'll go ahead and we'll make glass. I don't need 4 because I have 1 piece in one of my chests here. But worst case scenario, I can grab 1 more piece of quartz or just that piece of glass, whichever I find first. So it's glass, because it's this there, it's easier. Then I need... I think I need 6 pieces of titanium to make that. Maybe 5, I'll have to look and see here. Okay, 5. All right, so got that. So what we can do is we can unpin everything. This is going to probably be made with the, yep. So we are going to go outside. We're going to make this piece here. I don't know where I'm going to put it yet. I want it someplace it's semi-easily accessible though. Those are reinforced, so I can't put it where the reinforcements are. No, but you know, we should be able to, well, maybe. Where? Let's see. I don't know how this works yet, or what it's going to look like yet. Okay, so it doesn't actually attach. Good to know. Holy fuck. Yeah. Is that Henry Q1? Henry Q up one, and I apologize if I got that wrong. I appreciate the follow, and welcome on in. Hope you're having a good Sunday, and if you'd like to tell me how you found the stream, that'd be great. If not, you want to lurk, that's fine too. Welcome on in again. I hope you're having a good Sunday here. First playthrough of this game, and I'm actually really enjoying it so far. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. That's kind of cool. Really is kind of cool. It might even make it easier to put stuff together. That is cool. Really impressed by that piece. Alright, what else do we got that we can build here real quick before we sea truck? I've already got the storage module. Already got the... No, I don't have the docking module. I don't have the lead, and I don't have the prawn suit yet. So working on that isn't really something I need to do yet. It's the sea truck depth upgrade, which requires emerald glass and pastel ingot. I think pastel ingot requires lead, and I don't have enough. No, it requires lithium. That's easy enough. Then I can do that. What was I just looking at? I don't remember what I was just looking at. Also, building the mineral detector might be a good idea now. Because I actually have a decent base, so maybe I can build it. Do not know yet. We are going to find out, because I don't know how any of that works yet. All right, let's build the... Let's eat and drink. All right, now let's see. I don't see it. I don't know where it... Okay, does it get built here then? It does. I just don't know where it gets used.
You can sniff out raw materials, potentially saving you hundreds of hours of searching.
Oh, okay. It looks like it's maybe stays with me. How does it work? Okay, so it needs a battery. That's fine. That I can do. Should have a spare battery here. If not, I know where I have one. Fine, let's go get a battery, because I know where I've got one. It's in the sea truck. I didn't build that piece because I thought I needed the a base to build it. So it looks like this will hold all of one of every module. Just want a battery. Just a battery. Not the power cell. Oh, there's the batteries, actually. Power cell stays here. Did I grab 2 batteries or just... No, I grabbed 1. Okay. Okay, so... They give me back a dead battery. That's fine. Let's... Ah, okay. That'll be interesting. It's going to be like the scanner room for the first Subnautica, but portable. That's interesting. Not gonna lie, I kind of like it, but I also kind of like the scanner room. Alright, so let's see. Is there... what else was there potentially... Oh, that's right. I wanted to make you, if I could, so I can get you to go deeper. Which requires emerald glass and ingot. Should just require... That requires lead. Okay, that's not happening then because I don't have lead. Not yet, anyway. Alright, let's see. What am I... We're going to recharge that battery. Once I find it, there we go. All right, we're gonna stash you for now. Start cleaning up inventory a little bit of stuff I don't need. All right, and we've accomplished quite a bit today. We've got some prawn tooth upgrade. We've gone diving. We found a couple more things. Crafted a second oxygen. Well, is that the right oxygen tank? Yes. So crafted a second oxygen tank. Explored quite a few new locations and everything today. But what we're gonna probably do is we're gonna go ahead and take a break for the game for the rest of the day here, and be back on tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time, playing through the same game. Hopefully I will see everybody there tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out today. Have a good night, everyone. I'll catch you on the next one. Yep. Thanks for the GGs as well. Everyone, again, have a good night. I will see you guys on the next stream. Again, tomorrow night. Hope tomorrow at noon Eastern. Thanks again.